wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. It's crazy. You could save me from my isolation. My way too complicated. Stop this conversation. Control. Your light is gone, and all the darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation.
Give me another few moments to make sure everything is 100% ready to rock and roll.
Conversation. We got no relation. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
It goes like you could save me.
Can you hear me now, or is this a good volume level for me? The volume level I think should be better. I think this is good for talking. I'm trying to find what the balance should be for when I'm talking versus when I stop talking and just go silent, basically. Like if I wasn't talking, I'm curious if this level here is good. And so I'm guessing, so let's play another song. So this would be when I'm not talking. Or, sorry. This would be when I'm not talking, so around here maybe, as far as background is concerned, and then I'm guessing more here.
Out of breath, I'm running, the bridge is burning after me. Life don't seem like it used to.
Oh, hello everyone.
Love don't feel like it used to. Oh, no.
This is going to be a vlog of a live stream.
And I can't stop it.
What do you mean? So down here would be good for when I'm talking? I don't have any kind of balance control on this. Is this better down here? Okay, so this is probably the level I'll be operating at most of the time. I just wanted to make sure that there's going to be times when I don't want to... let's get this a little bit. There we go. Okay. Let it hit -30. Yeah, it's about -30 right now while I'm talking. And then I'm at -5 when I'm the loudest. I think that's about right. Okay. I guess we should probably get started. I mean, like, how long has this been going? It's been going... I have no idea, actually. Oh, almost 5 minutes. So yeah, let's just start at the 5... Oh, it's 5 minutes basically right now. Okay, so Rawdraw. Rawdraw is this product that I've used, which is like cross-platform, OS independent. It runs on everything from like Windows, Linux, OS X, probably not OS X anymore, maybe, to like bare metal on the Raspberry Pi, to even on the ESP8266, and provides functionality for doing 3D and everything else, no matter what system that you're dealing with. Like, it is way more versatile and applicable than SDL, but way, way thinner. So a lot of times there's assumptions people make about the underlying hardware when it comes to these sorts of platforms. So things that people want to, that people would want to do and want to be like the same, so to speak, between platforms. And Rawdraw doesn't do that. Rawdraw really only focuses on making it so that it exposes the platform that you're building for. So just because something runs in Rawdraw in one place doesn't mean it'll automatically run in Rawdraw in the other place. It'll probably take a few tweaks. But it's kind of this trade-off that I decided to kind of make with it. Actually, so some people are asking about Metal and Vulkan. There is no current driver for Rawdraw and Vulkan, but the stuff that I'm going to do today is going to make it a lot easier to do. And the impetus for what's going on today is that a little bit ago, between two people on my Discord server, Z Noctum and Redline, they figured out how to basically set everything up necessary for running Rawdraw in the browser. And not just that, the really kind of neat thing there, which is totally in Rawdraw fashion here, if I can get back to a terminal that works, is if I look at the size of this index.html file right here, it is 14,663 bytes. It is 14 kilobytes for this entire Rawdraw interface thing embedded into a web page that includes everything necessary to set up and run all of WASM stuff, to compile in, and asyncify from binary N. So you actually even get to write your code. So if I look at rawdraw.c, this code here, it has a main which is decorated, and it runs, and you can just say swap buffers, and this will actually go back and yield inside of JavaScript, allow the frame to get drawn, and then come back and continue execution where it should. So the whole move to WASM was a really kind of neat one. And the reason this has to do with like what we're doing today is kind of the change that was made for supporting WASM. And I want to do it across all of Rawdraw now that I know how to do it. So all of the basic functions like tac pixel or tac segment for drawing a line segment or drawing a rectangle, which is how basically all of Rawdraw is drawn. So these are all just segments, that's a dot, these are polygons. All of these things have these functions that you would call, which would translate to lower level functions. So on Windows, if you don't configure OGL or rasterizer, rectangle is literally the Windows GDI function for drawing a rectangle. On that platform. And so within Chrome now, or Firefox, or wherever you're running it, it's... Oh, actually, I got to show you something else before we go any further. I have to show you how ridiculously fast this is. And by the way, it's even faster on Windows. I don't know how that's possible. But I'm going to just show you guys. So if I do like a quick performance check here, and I stop, if I look at one of these, like it takes 0.77 milliseconds to render these frames. It's fast. It is crazy fast. Okay, so anyway, the reason it's so fast is because under the hood, if I look under WASM right here, under the hood in template, I think it's template.js, I have all of the JavaScript source code, which is what builds the web page. And what I actually do is I create an OpenGL context, a WebGL context, and I draw into that WebGL context. And the way that this is so fast is that inside of the WASM driver, anytime you say draw a square, draw a rectangle, draw a line segment, it doesn't actually draw it. What it does is it emits some geometry internally and it saves it into a buffer. And so what it does is it fills up this vertex buffer and this vertex color buffer with the data that I'll want to render. And then, yeah, I'm going to be posting this publicly. And then once it's inside of the color data, then when it fills up the buffer, or we say swap buffers or something like that, it swaps the buffer. And what I mean by that is it calls the JavaScript function to actually emit the data. And so what I have in JavaScript is the only thing that you're using to draw to the screen is this function, hold on, let me see if I can find it, fast pipe geometry. And what that does is it just binds the buffer that's in C, so the C buffer that contains the list of all of the triangles to draw, and then draws it. And this is really powerful because what I did was, and the kind of the key point here is you can convert lines and points into the geometry you would care about, so into just specifically triangles. So for instance, I can go edit in here. I can set the line width, and I can say let's make it 10 or 5. And oh, I have to say make. I forgot to say make. And so now all of the geometry is extra thick. And all of this is done just by converting everything into triangles, which are really easy to draw in WASM. Not WASM, in WebGL. And the thing is, on a lot of other platforms, triangles are really easy to render. Anything that's got OpenGL as a base. And whenever Vulkan comes in, like that's going to be one too. And one of the problems that I have is that some of this functionality, like setting line width and stuff like that, isn't even supported on a lot of platforms, like natively. Like in Windows, setting the line width doesn't mean anything. And on X11, I think, actually it might be X11, I think Windows it does work. But it would be nice if the OpenGL one just supported it. The other thing is, you can change the line width now in the same draw call as is everything else. So you don't have to change state on the GPU to change this, which is really, really nice. So I have this shader, which is a really basic shader to go like draw. Wait, where is it? Yeah, it's this one. This shader right here, which basically accepts data in the form of the vertex being its position on the screen as a floating point and outputting it. One of the other things that I'd like to do, I don't know if I'll get to that today, is make it so that you can output depth as well. So on some systems where you can have a Z buffer, mind you, a lot of systems don't have Z buffers with that Rawdraw runs on. But on, yeah, I totally agree, Efren. Like, we should totally be supporting line width. That's kind of an important feature at this point. People are, I think, starting to use. I mean, I know you're using it at least. So anyway, what I actually want to do though is I want to convert all of this work that I've done in the WASM shader to every other platform, basically, because it would be really nice if when you say, hey, Rawdraw, I don't want to use my system layer stuff, I want to use the OpenGL layer, to be able to expose that in a common way that'll be the same for WASM, that'll be the same for EGL, embedded GL, which will be the same for OpenGL, the desktop OpenGL. So I, yeah. Oh, and yeah, line width, I admit it's not perfect in my WASM driver here, but it's pretty good. So like if I set it to 2, I think that's janky, but it's also janky on a lot of other stuff. Actually, no, 2 looks great. I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought 2 would look janky. Let's see what 3 looks like. Yeah, even 3 looks great. All of the line widths look spectacular with this render. It took me a long time with like fiddling with plus 0.5 and minus 0.5 and all that other junk to get it just right. But I think I'm there now. so yeah, this is all the JavaScript that has to do with it, and all of it compiles down to 14 kilobytes. Which, okay, so the impetus for all of this started was because I wanted to be able to make Rawdraw be able to be embedded into web pages efficiently. And so one of the really big nuisances I find with WASM is that they store the WASM blobs separately from the web page. So what you end up having to do in practicality, and like if you use Inscripton, which by the way, if I did this in Inscripton, this is about a megabyte, a whole megabyte of download. It's actually, you only need 14 kilobytes, so that's what I'm using. So the idea is sorry, I'm just excited right now, so I'm kind of just going off a million miles an hour. And I also had a whole cup of coffee, unlike normal half cup. This web page here is kind of the archetype, I guess, for what I'm shooting for. Okay, that was just a bunch of don't track. Oh, thank you guys. That's kind of flattering, or that is flattering, straight up flattering. So anyway, the idea now is that instead of Rawdraw being this complete flaming mess, which by the way, the back end for Rawdraw is a complete flaming mess. I want to kind of unify it some. Like, for instance, here is the X driver, which for X11 for Linux, where if you like a tax segment, it does X draw point or X draw line depending on what it needs, and some. There's lots of baggage with the legacy way of doing things. I'm not going to mess with the legacy stuff in this, but the whole thing is if I did want to do something else, like a more modern way, if I look for tax segment, like here, it has some really bizarre OpenGL code for drawing the legacy GL lines and GL points and all of that. But I want to get rid of all of this. I want to just dump 100% of this on the floor and forget it ever existed and have everything in this other file. So if you want to draw line segments on any platform, if you have this flag set, I want it to actually output the triangles. Oh yeah, actually, so even StreamBuddy is based off of Rawdraw. Like, I don't know. I use it all over the place, probably a few too many places. But anyway, oh yeah, web page. Let's at least let's touch on that a little bit before I go too far. So, oh yeah, and Boomworks, YouTube finally approved it. I have approval from YouTube to run StreamBuddy. This is amazing. Like, it theoretically shouldn't, like, crash midway through the stream because I ran out of some imaginary quota. I'm so excited. Like, I can't believe YouTube has finally gotten back to me and said, like, yeah, that's okay. So yeah, if you want to use StreamBuddy, you can. And if you want to be able to use StreamBuddy for extended live streams like I did, you just email, basically. It's like you apply to have the quota lifted, and you just explain, hey, here's what I'm doing. And then they're like, cool, got it. And your quota just goes right through the roof. So anyway, here is the page source of this web page right here. This is the entire web page source. So what it consists of is the HTML. It consists of the JavaScript, which, by the way, there's this really neat thing called Cursor, which I don't remember who showed me this, but it is amazing because it takes your JavaScript and interprets it and figures out how tightly you can just absolutely crunch it down. And it does an insane level of crunching. So it renames all of your variables to just be really small. It renames things like the word false to be not 0. Just like... really hilarious. And then what I do is I take the WASM thing and I stick it in a blob, and I put the blob in the middle of the page. And this blob makes it so that once you load the entire web page, all 14 kilobytes, you have everything you need to display that page. So I have a little demonstration. Scenelore.github.io. WASM integrated? No, that's not it. Rawdraw WASM? here we go. So this right here is actually loading from the internet, and I draw a little red square on the first frame just to make sure that it only takes that long. I'm pressing F5 right now, and I'm connected to the regular internet. That's how fast this entire web page loads. Like, it's so freaking fast! I'm so excited! That's totally the way it should work. That's how fast web pages that are complicated and running C programs should load. Like, none of this scriptum, give me a moment to let me load up this megabyte worth of junk. This is all you need. So, hoping that this is something that some people will start adopting, because it gives you some really, really powerful tools to be able to code things in C to be super fast inside the web. Anyway, this is the web page right here, and I think it's going to get a lot more boring. The stream's going to get a lot more boring real soon after I am stopped being done explaining all the crazy stuff, and start doing the conversion. Anyway, I think what I want to do for this is I think I want to start off and define that all the quads, or all the triangles rather, that are emitted will actually be vectors of 3 instead of 2. Yeah, actually, so let's just take a moment. There's no reason why Rawdraw can't be transferred to Rust, and you can't use Rust for all of this as well. But I'm not really that strong of a Rust developer, so not really something I'm gonna mess with. And unfortunately, Efren, I don't think I'm ever gonna do no Euclid VR WASM. Although the idea of Rawdraw VR is really tempting. Oh, and there's Web VR or Web XR or whatever it is that Firefox supports. That would be kind of neat. Being able to just have a web page which loads lickety-split and can dump you in a virtual reality world. That's potentially compelling. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. There's actually no reason that wouldn't just work either. That would be relatively simple to support. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into that. That's a neat idea though. So I guess some of the things is, actually, let me go pull first. I've already made a tag of the current Rawdraw, so before the huge refactor. So we'll just be going on tip of master right now and being on the bleeding edge, and things are going to be broken. Oh yeah, so side note, one of the nice things about all of this is this web page could easily run on a little embedded device, and it could easily run on something like an ESP8266. So you could make these 3D C web page things that could run on an ESP8266 and then get access to the hardware through WebSockets with tiny amounts of code. And I don't know, I think it's just really powerful what you could do with that. You could write like an IDE environment inside Rawdraw for a chip that you want to develop for, and something like I guess I can say it now. So Hackaday ESP32C3. They've just soft announced, I guess you'd say, leaked the fact that the next Espressif chip is going to be a RISC-V Espressif chip, which, by the way, the WASM port of TinyCC targeting RISC-V is only 128 kilobytes. So you could write a compiler, a full IDE environment with a compiler that lives in a web page for probably around 160, 200 kilobytes that would allow you to write code natively, so compile it natively for the chip that you're visiting without ever installing any applications on your computer. So like, that's super motivating to me, because imagine Arduino, except you don't have to install anything. You don't have to configure your serial ports in Windows and figure out what the heck is broken. You don't have to worry about getting administrator access to be able to go burn bootloaders or any of that stuff. Like, I don't know. The number of things that you can do when this is all said and done is going to be incredible. So, I don't want to spend too long chatting about this, though it seems that you guys enjoy this. I really do want to get started. Also, Friday is here. Aw. I'm sure he's going to be wanting some attention periodically here and there. Anyway, so let's start taking a little bit of a deep dive. So right now, effectively the way I'm thinking about it is the WASM Rawdraw port is currently doing things the way that I want all of Rawdraw to work. What I'm going to try to do is take the WASM port and kind of tweak it a little bit to be exactly what I want, and then I'm going to move the code that generates the geometry into a common thing, and then the only function that I need to have for the WASM port, or for the Linux port, or for the whatever port. Actually, you need like clear screen, swap buffers, and emit geometry. 3 functions. So if you want to support a brand new platform with Rawdraw, I don't know, you want to run it on, I've literally known a Pixel Flute or something like that, you could just write those 3 functions, and now all the programs like CNPing and all of that junk are just gonna work. And also, it's kind of neat that I should probably mention it. I don't know actually what you call it, Ilya. I don't know what his handle would be for me to announce it on stream. Is even toying with like writing a game in Rawdraw using those primitives, which is awesome because the game could then just be ported everywhere. Which I don't know. I'm just super excited about all of this right now. So I know I'm jumping around a lot. But let's actually do the changes now to make it support what I want. And so what that will be is within the WASM driver. And you also need update screen with bitmap. That's another thing. But within the WASM driver here, I'm going to make it support 3 dimensions for all of the pixels, so you can also have depth. I'm not going to use depth in WASM right now. I'm not going to really support that at this moment. But that's something I would like to add so that you can have Z buffers. But I'm not going to define that right now. So yeah, let's at least get started with this. So for instance, the vert data v, we actually need that to be ×3. And let's update the comment. Why is... there we go. And so we're going to say 8192 ×3 ×4, because it's the size of a float, plus 8192 ×4, because that's how many bytes we have in the other one. Oh my gosh, that works out so beautifully. That number is so round. I love it. It's actually 131072 bytes. That's so beautiful. And so this is the geometry batching system here. And so what we're going to do when we batch up this geometry is right now I'm doing it with a stride of 2. And that means that I have XY, 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 XY. But I want to make it XYZ, 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 XYZ. Somebody's asking, oh yeah, Mayslayer, I'll make you a mod. You've more than earned it. If I can figure out how to make you a mod. Where's the... There we go. Oh, and Efren, I should make you a mod too. Add moderator. And Efren. Add moderator. Okay. So yeah, so now whenever we access this data member, we're going to want to actually make it ×3. And FV2 is, let's just say 0.5 would be the middle ground. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, no, we shouldn't need to set it, because it'll just be 0 anyway, because it's going to be the default value. So we just have to skip over those values. So that'll be a tiny little optimization we can do. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. Yeah, that might actually just work there. Okay, and then I use this later on because I also output a polygon. Three. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Yes. Are we using it anywhere else? Nope, those are the 3 places. And now, inside of here, in the WASM side, we're going to make it so that supports 3 instead of 2. So it'll be XYZ, 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 XYZ. Actually, we should probably do vec3 a0.z. And then why am I blanking? Why is... Here we go. And so what this will do is it'll say that when we have this array of data, it'll say that it's actually grouped by groups of 3 instead of 2, which is exactly what we want. And here, this is actually, so little side note, neat thing with WASM. With WASM, you allocate the memory that you would want C to be able to access, and then you can have different forms or views into that data from JavaScript. And so, for instance, for floats, it's vertf, which is the memory allocation for verts. And what I can do is I can take the handle, the view into it, the heap float 32, and I can slice it and pass that off as an array. And this operation is actually super fast. So all of this goes just mind-bogglingly fast because you don't have to do a whole bunch of extra copies. So really the only copy happens basically here when it commands the draw arrays in order to actually get the data out. Or maybe it's in the vertex or trib pointer, I guess. But the point is it's just mad fast. So anyway, let's at least see if this still works, because it probably won't. It does not work. Okay, so this here is a GLSL error. And it says that on line 1, I just have, let's at least look at the code, because maybe I did something wrong here. It was originally trying to do a 3 vector times a 2 vector, and that's not going to fly. Uh-oh. So it thinks it's rendering, but it's not. But I forget something somewhere. I mean, you printf debug. That's kind of the way this always works. But yeah, no matter what you're doing, if you're trying to debug something in WASM, it's going to be hard. Which is one of the great things about doing this development this way, is you can compile your thing to run on your desktop, where you can debug it with a full-on debugger, and once you know you're pretty good, you can then just compile it for WASM, and then all of your debugging has already been done. It's so great. Like, I love that. That's actually one of the superpowers I had with the ESP8266 stuff, was I would code all of my apps for the ESP8266 on my desktop first. So like when I would run Minecraft on an ESP, I would write it for my desktop in C. And because it's C, it just runs on the device. So there were basically no new bugs that happened. Yeah, I know parody, but we're not doing that right now. We're not gonna play that game at the moment. Sorry. No ray marching. So why is this not working? No, I totally agree with you, Parody. So in 2000, I think it was 3, John Carmack wrote an open letter basically being like, guys, you can do ray tracing now, it's okay. And that was like back in 2000, no, it was maybe 2008 actually, not 2003. And it's taken them a long time to finally catch up, and they're so lame that they basically have begged NVIDIA, like, give us special hardware to make this easier. Like, grief, guys. Wait, did somebody just super chat me a boatload of money? Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Wow, that's a lot of money, dude. Thank you. That's wow. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you want me to go in any direction. Okay. Anyway, man, Miles Flavel got to name the cat for 10. I don't even know what you would want for 50. And by the way, his name is Friday. I know that may not have come up, but Friday is his name now. He even responds to it if I actually call him. He's probably not going to respond to it like without that, like unless I actually call him. Anyway, why is this code not working? Let's see here. It should work. Everything should be fine. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna actually do this on a branch. Git what is it? Git checkout -b refactor 2020. Okay. Why is this not working? WASM driver. Let me close off some of the Stream Buddy stuff. Uh-oh. Why didn't that play? Oh, I ran out the end of the list. Okay, let's try that again. Anyway, let's go here. We are writing data into this array. We aren't changing the vert data C. Let's at least try 0.0 and see how that goes. That's interesting. Why? What is it doing? I'm going to just look for every instance of the number 2 in the entire document. No, that's all of them. Okay. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's all right. Why isn't this working? So Gustav, we are, sorry, okay, so let me back up a little bit. So, Celicree, I guess is how you pronounce it. It's kind of a mix of, well, it is WebGL, and it's not software, but you can, if you want, use the rasterizer. But I gotta get this working first before I can use the rasterizer. The rasterizer meaning C will draw everything to a buffer inside of WASM, and then it'll say, hey, I have this buffer. Dear GPU, please go show the user this buffer. And it lets you also do weird things like write directly into the video, or write directly into the memory that the user would be seeing. So, yeah. Also another place this gets used is on Android. Forgot about that. Why is... This should work. Let's go console, look at some of these values. Or actually, we can do this neat little trick. Watch this. Global V. So now I can look direct. Okay, so that's what's wrong here. Is... Oh no! It didn't rebuild the C file. Okay, there we go. Everything was fine. It was fine the whole time. I just should have made clean. So what I'm doing is I'm making Rawdraw. It's gonna use the same backend for rendering on every platform that prefers to draw triangles. So like on Android or WASM, or now basically in Windows and Linux too. Unless you want to use like the legacy stuff. Like if you wanted to say if you wanted to write a game that runs on Windows 3.1, you could do that with Rawdraw, but you would need to use the legacy render. And that works for 95 and everything else. I think it's basically Windows 3.1 and newer, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Windows 3.1 GDI 32, was that it? Yeah, I believe GDI 32 was first available on Windows 3.1, so it should run there. Okay, so that first step worked, so we're good there. Let's also enable the Z buffer now and see how that goes. Okay, so it's still drawing, that's good. I think that that's an okay place for us to be at the moment. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move all of this stuff here into, or the important functions. Actually, I guess I need to overhaul cnfg dot, or I'm going to have to overhaul this file here. So this is all of the functions, and I'm going to get rid of the things which aren't used anymore. So this is all of the functions a user has when dealing with Rawdraw. Is the stream okay? Something just glitched. I think it's okay. Nope. If you need something Python, you are in the wrong place, buddy. Haha. Wait, Stream Buddy's dead? Sorry, hold on. I gotta fix Stream Buddy. Okay, let's see. Does this work now? No. Why is this not working? Give me a moment here. I'm gonna have to go get our chat ID, live chat ID. Test. I'm gonna be really sad if this turns into like a whole live stream of trying to fix Stream Buddy. Huh. Well, guess what, guys? Quota was exceeded. Apparently YouTube lied. YouTube totally lied. Bummer. Well, Efren, looks like I'm gonna need to have that thing that you were working on for a while. Yeah. Crud. Yeah, Efren, if you're up for working on that that V1 API thing, I'd really appreciate it. I'm gonna real quick swap some things out. Yeah, this quota thing is not gonna fly. This is super lame. Yep, stream error, that's fine. Whatever. Are you kidding me? What the heck? Why is it just black over there? Okay. Okay, well at least now I'm somewhat situated. That's still annoying that this worked out the way it did, but whatever. I guess we still have the thing on there. Let's see, does boom... Oh, boom won't work though. Oh well. Ah. Yeah, I know. They said quota was no longer a problem. They lied. I did try turning it off and on again. Did not work. I thought that might have fixed it, but it didn't. Anyway, back to normal. Back to work. Okay. So let's go here. Raw draw flags. Okay, so some of the early ones are going to be CNFG 3D. enable the weird 3D functionality that Rawdraw has to allow you to write apps which emit basic Rawdraw primitives but look 3D. That's things like the spinny surface thing in this. So like this image here uses CNFG 3D. You can get the Discord link from Snover. That should be up to date. If it's not up to date, then let me know. Okay, the next one is going to be CNFG. Actually, there's one more flag somewhere in here. Okay, so CNFG OGL. Use an OpenGL backend for all Rawdraw functionality. And there's going to be one more, CNFG Rasterizer. Software rasterize the Rawdraw calls and use CNFG bitmap. Update screen with bitmap to send video to web page. Okay. Let's go bump that up a little. I have a hard time seeing it. Okay, so let's start with this. And it's going to be a little bit interesting. So all of these functions here will be... Well, actually, no, I don't even want to comment that. Okay, so there is already some batching renderers for, like, I guess Android with and/or OpenGL, which does some of this batching stuff. But we're gonna change all that around. So I'll reuse the same function. Let's see. We don't want flush render. We want emit backend geometry, float vertices, colors, num vertices. Okay, so these two functions are actually all I should need to implement inside of the WASM driver, technically speaking. And we won't call it fastpipe geometry anymore. We will name it the correct name, which is emit backend triangles. And same thing here. Okay. That looks like that'll work. Oh yeah, Mike, if you ever did want to go back and write the SSE functions to do the software rasterizer, that'd be fine by me. I don't think anybody is ever going to use it except in like the case that they're on like an embedded microcontroller, but if you wanted to do that, that would be fun. I think that'd be kind of fun. So instead of fastpipe emit, it'll be flush render. Okay. So I guess so. The core functions you still need clear frame, and you need swap buffers. Okay, so we have these functions implemented in the WASM driver. There is one additional function I want to add for Rawdraw, bitmap. So I want to change update screen with bitmap to support an X and a Y offset. And that's not supported on a lot of systems. Well, I guess we want a different function. It's actually going to be more like lit image. Okay, I think that is the world I want to live in. I think this is the new way that I would want to make this all fit together. I have not implemented blit image yet, but I'm going to go do that right now. Actually, I don't even write that in C. That just lives in JavaScript land. Let's see, is that actually output in the final HTML? No, it looks like it's not actually output in the final HTML. Aha, it's disabled. Okay. Let's just say true there, because I'd like to test that and try it out. Oh. Apparently I already wrote the function, and I just forgot about it. And it's literally the exact same function name. I literally already had the code written from like a while ago. Oh. That's hilarious. Okay. Anyway. That's nice. That just means it'll just work. Okay, well that's good. So now what I want to do, I think, is I want to update the X11 driver. Or better yet, what I want to do is I want to have, I think I want to move this to a common location. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, if I can find a terminal here, is edit cnfg functions.c. And, I don't know. So most of this file is kind of stuff like being able to draw text and junk like that. Oh, I forgot about CNFG context only. I should probably still support that. Don't add any drawing functions, only opening a window to get an OpenGL context. Okay. There's Efren manuals, nice text drawing stuff, which I'd love to expose sooner or later. Come on, Efren, do your thing, make it happen. Oh man, I love deleting code. It feels so good. Uh-oh. That looks scary. I'd forgotten how much legacy stuff CNFG had. This is gonna be painful. Okay, apparently if using CNFG has extra, or just has, then we don't crud. So that means we're gonna have to support that, which is okay, anyway. So this is the old way to do the OpenGL stuff, it seems. But we're going to rewrite it. This is the path by which we convert Rawdraw functionality into nice batched triangle streams. Wow, that's not very much code. I wish I could have deleted more. But nice thing is, now we can just copy and paste that from here. Line with color, tag poly, tag rectangle, tag segment, tag pixel. Also, emit quad is kind of nice. We should probably expose that. It is CNFG OGL, right? Yep, okay. So emit quad is just a really quick way to just emit a quad, effectively. like a rectangle. So I do want to have that as kind of a convenience. Okay, so, oh, and we gotta also, so we'll be moving out all of the OpenGL specific stuff somewhere else, because we're not, it won't just be OpenGL, it'll be any triangle renderer. Okay, let's just at least see if this still works in WASM. Vert place. So the reason I'm doing that is so that other drivers can then get access to vert place. Also should probably make this something more normal. And one of the nice things with Rawdraw is we store the image, the color, here it is. So the UN32T is CNFG last color. So we can just reuse that. And that's already defined up top, so that's good. Okay, let's try it now. Wait, I thought I... Aha. CNFG vert place is not defined. Oh. So if def batch, we'll call it CNFG batch. Or what is the WASM function? Okay, so if we batch the data, it uses this path here, which is what we want. And then we can make it so in here, and not defined X shape, yeah. Let's fix that. And not defined X shape. Okay, wow, that's a lot of logic, but that should be sufficient. So now, if we're using the batch functionality, so if defined batch thing, then we should do that. Oh, goodbye, Xavery. Okay. Undeclared vert data C. Oh, yeah, you know what? We should expose those two. Why not? Because that's going to be there all the time. And we're going to just make this 8192. Why not? Let's just actually make the batch amount the thing that's defined right there. Wait, did I miss something? I did mess up. Hey Ben, thanks. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. This is actually probably going to get used in the new ESP32 build stuff, mostly because now that I can run it all in, I guess I can't compile it still. Now that I can run it all on a web page when it compiles, I can then run these applications on an ESP32. Incompatible passing type int char emit backend triangles. WASM driver line 14. Implicit declaration of clear frame internal. How do we want to handle that? Uh, 317? Oh. Oh, that's not a const, that's just a float. Let's see, does it still work? It does not work. You know what? How did I mess that up? Wait. Wait, it works? What's going on? Oh! You know what? Okay, so WASM still works. That's great. Now, for the next step, we're going to try to make this run on Linux. Oh, it's definitely unhappy, but that's expected. So we don't want the rasterizer for right now, but we do want CNFGOGL. So undefined reference to internal resize. Where is that used? Where is that used at all? Okay, this X driver is horrendous. This is going to have to get rewritten. Or, like, moved around. Oh, you know what I have to actually write is I have to write the OpenGL code that I've already written in WASM in JavaScript so that this would actually do something. There are some quick things. For instance, if we're using this renderer, the internal resize function doesn't need to do anything. Or does it? I think it does. I think it already does in WASM. Let's check. So it does use viewport. Okay, so it looks like that function is going to need to be exposed by the underlying driver, and in some cases it just won't do anything. This is way dirtier than I thought it was going into it. I thought this was going to make everything like Mr. Clean, but does not appear as that's the case. I guess that's just how software goes, is everything gets more noodlier when you find all of the skeletons in the closet. But, at least for the WASM driver, this doesn't do anything, thank goodness. One of the nice things is that we're using binary N for the WASM stuff, and so a lot of that stuff just falls out. It does not actually have to do anything. Okay, so this is great. So for the X driver now, we're going to have a special case. I don't know. maybe it makes sense to try to rewrite this right now. Or not rewrite, but like refactor this entire file. I like a lot of these functions earlier on. They make a lot of sense. I think I'm going to, well, okay, so here down is all of the OpenGL shim code, which we can get rid of most of. And instead we'll replace it with our specific functions. So let's do that. Internal resize, which won't do anything. At least I don't think it'll do anything. Flush render, which will do stuff. Clear frame. I don't know where swap buffers is coming from. So if we're not using the batch, then nothing has to happen for... Thank you. Nothing has to happen for flushing render normally if we're not using the OpenGL path here. Okay, and clear frame. We still need clear frame. Okay, so we have to write these three functions. And I'm going to try to do it using OpenGL 3.0 and up instead of using the immediate mode jank, which is going to be annoying. But it does mean that we now have to support shaders. But is that so bad? I think that's pretty good. I think it's good to support shaders. Which this also is going to mimic the Android style of things. So, yeah, all this code is nixed. Okay. To do, pick up here. Okay. We're going to add a new function if it's batch. And void cnfg setup batch internal. Okay, so now I think that's it. I think that what we're going to have to do is write these four functions. I think it all boils down to this. They look a little odd because you wouldn't think of these as like the functions that are underlying like underpinning an entire graphics system here. But I think that's it. I think we want to be able to set up when we create a new window, because we want to be able to load shaders and set up some vertex buffers and junk like that. We want to be able to handle a resize, though I don't think we'll be doing anything except for updating the viewport on a resize, but that's still some useful. Let's see, does resize happen at boot? Okay. Okay, I think this is what we want. It shouldn't do anything, but it should compile. It doesn't compile. You can quote me on that. It should compile. It doesn't compile. Same breath. Try 556. What's wrong with that? Conflicting types. Oh, it's short, not int. Actually, nah, we should probably keep everything short. What do you guys think? Should we keep it shorts? Make it so people can't use screens bigger than 32,768 on a side? I think that we should limit it to 32,768 on a side. Seems reasonable to me. I wish that square root was fundamentally in the language. Holy cow, there's some stuff here that's never going to get used. Mac Soft, Mac CG, Mac OpenGL. I don't even think you can run that on a Mac anyway. I wasn't expecting it to crash. It shouldn't crash. Wait, there's 300 concurrent viewers? What? That can't be right. There's no way. Let me see if I got, nope, quota still exceeded. Oh, man. 300, you guys are crazy. Anyway, it's still crashing. I don't know why it's crashing. We're gonna have to get it to not crash first. Dispatch check multi-threaded. Josh, are you still on? Josh Allen? I'm really not sure what's going on here. Have you ever seen an error like this? Anybody out there? No, it is calling GLX make current, and it's still crashing. Looks like other people have the same problem. Oh, great. Yeah, like I'm going to be able to find out what went wrong in 10,000 lines of change. Ugh. What the heck? Why is this crashing? Let's make sure we can at least open apps. Okay, we can. So that works. So this is normal OpenGL. Okay. Let's add some debug information. Oh, it already is on. That's odd. Why isn't it giving me... Oh, it is giving me line numbers. Line 456. That should be fine. Why is that not working? Do I have LM twice? I'll be darned, I do have LM twice. I just mindlessly added it. Good catch. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's see what happens if we compile that way. No, what is going on? GLX swap buffers crashed. Why is GLX swap buffers crashing? Okay, this seems to be a common issue. Yeah, actually, so Rawdraw also runs natively on Mali GPUs, and makes, yeah. Connor... good catch, thank you. Why is this crashing, though? That makes no sense. That should not have an issue. What am I doing that could be breaking this? I'm just going to put that there and see if it crashes the first time through. Oh, that's even weirder. Oh, 450. No. Oh, weird. Oh, this is very weird. It's still crashing on that one. Okay, so we can at least figure out what's causing this to explode. We can just start littering our code with that until we find the problem. So we set up. Let's just try calling swap buffers there and see if it explodes. No, it did not explode there. Okay. Okay, we can figure this out. We can find out what's causing it to crash. Let's try it here. No, that's not crashing. Okay, we got a little bit further. Let's put it right before swap buffers. Okay, that crashed it. Oh, we're getting closer. Let's just try here. Ooh, okay, that crashed. I mean, maybe I didn't compile the one time before when I did that, before the draw height map. Ah, we're getting real close. Is it in draw height map? Oh man. 199. Yes, okay. So we're doing something in draw height map that's causing everything to explode. What is it? Let's just try it right here. Okay, that didn't crash. Oh man, we're narrowing down. Uh-oh. Is this a Heisenbug? I think this is a Heisenbug. A Heisenbug is a bug where if you observe it, it stops happening. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so after a certain number of runs through this loop, it explodes. Okay, I'm pretty excited right now. You know what? I think I know what it is. I think we are overwriting RAM, and here's what I think is going on. Is I think right here. So I think what's going on is we are emitting a quad. Ooh, let me add a note, because one of the neat things about emit quad is it doesn't have to be aligned. Neat thing, it doesn't have to be axis aligned. Okay. I think when we emit, if we flush render, aha! You know what happened is we overwrote the data off the end of the array. So all we have to do is, when it's time to emit the geometry with X, we are going to have to set that to 0 to tell the rest of the system that it's been reset. And now I should be able to go back into Rawdraw and undo all of that extra junk I threw in there to debug. Don't want that equals 0. Somebody's probably already commented that on. Oh, man. don't need to do that. Okay. Whew! Okay, so we have a black screen, which is really good because it means Rawdraw is drawing everything in the background and it's getting dumped into those arrays and we're just not displaying it. So now we're going to have to write the OpenGL portion of the render engine. Oh, okay. I feel so much better right now. That was really weird. Looks like I'm back to a normal number of viewers. Hold on, let me go pull that back over here. Let me close off some of these tabs too. Yeah. So now I only have 100-something concurrent viewers. But yeah, that was weird. There was like this huge bump in the middle. Huh. I guess YouTube decided to give me a shot with the big boys and then took me back off. Are you serious? That's crazy. Well, I'm glad it only lasted a minute because this is not my best live stream. Anyway, okay. Next thing would be let's go write that renderer now. Okay, so in here, I think I already have one in Android. Oh, maybe it's the EGL. Okay, so I already have a shader written for this. So the Android version of this kind of mimics what I really want to do. Yeah, let's copy and paste some of this. This looks like kind of what I want to do. Although, what I really want is to copy it from... Yeah, what I really want to do is I want to copy it from the JavaScript. I also just realized something else neat. I should be able to literally copy and paste this code. No, I should be able to put this code inside of CNFG functions, and then any platform with EGL or OpenGL automatically gets it. Oh, yes. 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 Okay, night Efren. So now I have to write the make shader function. Are you really too strong? What does that mean? Okay. Let's see, what does this function do for all of this? Let's see if we can copy that from the Android driver. Oh yeah, this looks good. Oh yeah, this function looks great. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna copy and paste this sucker. I'm just gonna call it, well, CNFG GL internal load shader. Yeah, I like that name. Let's see if I like the way this is set up. Oh yeah, this function looks awesome. Raxoof, yeah, like if you dig into anything technology-wise and you pour your heart into it, like you can make it your job. There are going to be so many people who will want like that. And it's not just any specific language. Like as you start to think more like the kind of problem solving you have to do to solve problems with computers, the more valuable you are across the board. So like start with whatever language makes you comfortable, and then just go on from there. And Christian, I don't know. I really like gedit. I think this one's like technical. Oh no, this one's actually legit gedit. Sometimes I'll use the one that's branded as Pluma. I really don't know why I like it so much, but I'm like totally in love with it. It's the one thing it's missing is the alt select thing, so you can't do like column selection. But other than that, it's really awesome. Anyway, let's keep going. We're probably going to need to load some extensions to make this work too. But we should see what happens if we just roll with this. Okay, so if we set that up, let's just assume that that works. It doesn't work. I guarantee that's not going to work, but let's just assume it does. Oh, there's a few things I do need to change. So, for instance, the shaders use A0 and A1 instead of A position and A color. So A0 is for A position and A1. That might actually be it. Maybe that could be pretty close to what we want. So next thing we'll be doing is, let's see, how does the web thing initialize? So it makes the shader. Ooh, it gets a uniform. Let's see, how can we do that? How does the Android driver do this, I wonder? Okay, so when it loads the shader... Okay, that's fair. Okay, when it loads the shader, it uses the default thing. Okay. Oh my gosh, so many people are here. I feel so bad. I guess I should probably reintroduce what it is I'm doing. So what I have here is I'm taking this really basic cross-platform rendering thing, which runs... I should probably pull up the video just so you guys can see it. It would be channel 3. So I have this cross-platforming like rendering system for drawing on all sorts of platforms, including like super basic primitive chips and stuff like that. And I'm trying to make it so that it's more uniform for a number of things. Oh, this is also, I forgot to mention, so Rawdraw Android, like you can use Rawdraw to write applications even like on Android. And so this is just a totally cross-platform thing. Here it's running in browser. I'm not really sure why it's something janked out there. Anyway, the idea is that now that it can run in browser and it's stupid fast, I'm trying to make it so the entire code base is more uniform, so it'll work exactly the same on more platforms. And so right now, I have it working in browser that works, and my first target is going to be Linux. So right now I'm writing the X driver for it, or modifying the existing X driver to support more features there. So right now what I'm doing is I've taken the shader that I wrote in template. So like this is the code that runs on the GPU in JavaScript. So from the JavaScript, and I'm importing that back into the X driver right now. So the idea is gonna be that I've gotta somehow make this all work together. So I'm going to use that shader program. I've got to get the uniform back out. Let's see, how does that work? And so we're going to do that for both the regular drawing function and the raw blitting function. Let's see here. So here it'll be blit prog here and here, and we're going to do that, and it's going to be UX, and so that would be uniform T, so uniform text. Okay. So now we're going to have to store UX and UT. -1. Let's see here. Blit. Blit prog UX. Blit prog UT. Okay. So this should. Blit. Okay. So blitting is when you take a bunch of pixels from one source and you smash it onto another source. So within the context of Rawdraw, the idea would be maybe you have a sprite or something like that you want to take those sprites and just it onto the screen, just mash that onto the screen anywhere that you want. And normally the way it works is with Rawdraw is you're actually going to be rendering everything to a big full screen texture, and then you're taking that entire texture and flipping it onto the client, like into the display. On some systems, that's actually a more efficient way to do it than to use the draw functions. You can use DMA to do a blit. That totally works. Like that's a perfectly fine way to do blitting. And probably the way that you would implement it on some systems, though. There are no current Rawdraw targets in the official branch that do DMA for that, but that could be any number of ways you want to do that. So at any rate, so we have those buffers set up. What does the JavaScript code do next? It creates some buffers. So create buffers and enable vertex arrays. So let's see how the EGL driver does that. Oh, it also generates the texture. That's interesting. I should probably do that too. Let's do that. So we create the program, we get the uniform, and now we generate the texture. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. The views seem to be bobbing around all over the place. Let's see here. So we got the texture. Let's see, what does the EGL driver do next? Literally nothing. It just resets the pointer. I'm actually good with that. Let's reset the pointer. That makes me feel better. Let's see what the JavaScript driver does. So the JavaScript driver does generate the buffers. How do we generate buffers in here? Oh, it doesn't use buffers. It sort of uses buffers. What's going on? Maybe it isn't using... that's... Oh, that's rough. Which way do I want to do it, guys? Do you guys know which way is better? To use VBOs and then upload the data? Or do it this way, where it just assigns the pointer? I think I like this way better. Yeah, let's at least try this way to begin with. That's such a hard decision to make on stream. Like, I don't know which way to go. I'm really trying to decide. So, just so everybody understands, with OpenGL, you can either render using just straight vertex arrays and just give a pointer and go, or using a vertex buffer object, which you can then bind stuff to and say, like, stream this data. I'm not really sure which way to go. Yeah, I think assigning the pointer should be faster. Tell you what, let's use the pointer. We'll do it that way. Well, I don't think it would be the compiler that would be slowing me down here. I think that it's much more the underlying OpenGL implementation that would be slowing me down. Let's just use the arrays. That's it. I'm gonna just use the arrays. In which case, there's no setup. It just runs. That's a good answer for me. Okay. The stride is always going to be 3. Float. Pointer is going to be... Data V. Okay. Color is going to be... color there. Those going to be unsigned byte 4. Yeah, that's correct. Good, good. Now I have to know immediate size is going to be number of vertices, I think. And GL triangles. Let's also write clear frame. We can just copy that from the Android driver, thankfully. Oh man, this will be so nice that I could make the Android driver unified with this. Raxuth, the end goal of this is to just provide a platform for other people to do really fun things with OpenGL and whatnot through Rawdraw. So I'm not personally hoping to do anything all that cool, but I'm hoping that it enables other people to do really cool things. I'm gonna have to include OpenGL here. Actually, I don't even want to include OpenGL here. What is it? What does the include? Oh, it's gl/gl.h, okay. Oh, these aren't defined in OpenGL.h. That's right. So I would need something like glue to bring them all in. But I don't really want to add that dependency. Tell you what, I'm just gonna copy these. I'm just gonna copy the protocol, the definitions. Yeah, I really don't want to add this dependency because that's going to be painful in Windows if I want to target TinyCC. So let's see here. Create shader program X. Oh, actually, that's just create shader program. Let's see. Yeah, this is a bit of a boring part right now. I feel like whenever the viewer spikes go up is when I start doing the boring things. But I'm trying to copy over all of the function prototypes. Oh, actually. Anybody want to take bets on how long this is going to take me to manually copy and paste all this junk? Ooh, I know I need compile shader. Actually, whatever. I'll still do them one at a time, so I only copy what I need. Do we actually use get shader program? No, we don't. I just miscopied that. I'm gonna turn up the music just a little bit so I can get through this.
I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
I mean, this is like some ASMR stuff, right? Like, if you're just watching me, like, type away and just do this mechanical stuff, right? You guys can have a good time?
I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Oh yeah, not only will the definition drive you up walls, but the stuff you have to do to make it work will drive you up a wall, because these functions don't exist. So what I'm going to actually have to do when all is said and done, I'm going to have to set up the function prototypes. Okay, there's actually a better way around all of this. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this and switch things around a little bit once we're done, because we are gonna want to actually use the extensions the proper way. This is just to get it tested and running, I think, though. Let's try to do that, and then we'll go from there. Because it feels like we're getting really close to something where we'll actually have something to show for ourselves. So my goal is to get Windows, Linux, and Android running under the new OpenGL system in this session. That's my stated goal. I really hope I can hit it. There's a lot of functions that are needed to do anything. Who would ever have thought somebody writing C code would get 300 something concurrent viewers on YouTube? That makes no sense. Gosh, I love C. What is wrong with you people? Or, like, I guess the YouTube algorithm, like, because at least 100 people show up normally, but for C code? Wow. Hey, okay. Okay. Oh, we're getting close. Okay, so who wants to take bets? What is it gonna do? Just write into chat what you guys think it's gonna do. Well, that was a letdown. Huh. Huh. Okay, let's at least start printing some stuff. Oh, weird. That function... Oh. So 8190... Is that divisible by 3? Yeah, that's divisible by 3. 684, is that divisible by 3? Yeah, it's divisible by 3. Okay. By the way, neat trick. Do you want to know how to know if the number is divisible by 3 really fast? Just add the digits together is the number that you get by adding them together divisible by 3. And I have no idea why that trick works, but I love it. By the way, tell me if that trick's wrong, because it feels intuitively like it shouldn't work. So this is not working. Oh snap! That's right! Another thing with Rawdraw is we're going to be switching the byte order, or bit order, or whatever, of the RGBA. So it's going to be ABGR? Yeah, ABGR. Wow, that feels really uncomfortable to say, but... No, it's still just blue. So why not RGBA? Actually, so this is a great opportunity. There's like 200 people on stream right now. How do you want to define it? If you have like a hex value for your red, green, blue, and alpha, how do you want to write that? Like, what color is red? Write in chat like red is that color. Mind you, you need alpha. You need to be able to specify alpha. So like it has to be FF. So you're gonna have like FF0000FF, is that red? Or is red FF0000? Or is red FF0000, so like RGB FF? Like, how do you guys want to define this? Like, okay, so now also, okay, fine, red was a bad example. What about, write out what red, green, and blue is. Or black. Write out red and black, because that'll make it pretty clear. Like, which one is red, which one is the alpha channel. I just can't tell, like, yeah, I know it's RGBA, but like, how do you write that out as like a string? 0x what? Like, I've asked like a number of people, and pretty much everybody's like 0x RRGGBB. But how does that work with alpha now? Like, I don't... Okay. So you're saying the least significant bits... Yeah, so I think red should be the least significant bits too, but that flips it around to how a lot of people intuitively want to use it. Like, yeah, let's get into this debate right now, because I don't know what that should be. I'm going to also try to fix the problems, but in the meantime, I would kind of like want to know what you guys think about that in chat. Mayslayer, that doesn't make any sense. So you want ARGB is what Mayslayer wants. Oh, Niklas, I kind of like that. The macro idea. So I think a lot of people are willing to fight you, UTM. But I'm curious, do other people like the idea of alpha being in the LSB? I think a lot of times, though, people are going to want to just dump data in and not use a macro. Yeah, we're definitely back down to some sensible numbers. Those numbers look good. Oh, you know what? We did not set up the viewport. Yeah, we have to set up the viewport, that's right. Let's see, how does this code do it? So we set up the viewport and then we set the uniform, okay. Oh, and we're using that shader, so we should copy that functionality. So don't write RRGGBBAA. Write 0x RRGGBBAA. Just to make it super clear and to make it so you have to deal with it internally in your own head and emotionally that that's going to be how it gets written in C. Wait, how do you do a poll? Can you do a poll in YouTube chat? Well, I didn't actually expect that to just work that time. That was kind of surprising that it just did a thing. Okay, I'll see if I can do a poll. Actually, so can somebody formalize what kind of the options really are, and then I will try to make a poll? I don't see any way to make a poll. Yeah, I don't see any options for a poll. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, it's working now, and it looks really good. I really like how that looks. Everything is so sharp. Does somebody else want to make the poll and then link it? I don't know, I just want to take a moment and just bask in the glory of this Rawdraw here. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks all janky. Oh yeah, let's also see what happens if I do 2. Oh, that's rough. 3 is fine though.
I've been flipping pages since I could remember. That told me I had to be within the lines of 2 degrees.
Thanks, Chantaroy.
I've been working after work since last September.
You know what? I will worry about fixing the janky kerning on 2 pixel wide stuff some other time. I think we're in a pretty good place that this now runs here. So now what we have to do is support GL extensions, which sounds scary and is scary, but it's not that bad. So what I can do is from Snover, I can chew. Yes. We can actually just copy the definitions from here. So what I'm doing is, so the problem is that on various systems, these functions don't exist as functions. They exist kind of as something you have to go find the function for, and that's actually okay. But what it means is we can't use the normal function definitions in our program because on some systems they'll exist, some systems they won't, and you end up getting just a lot of mess if you don't define them yourself. So that's what I'm doing right now. And so what's going to actually happen is these are all going to be overloaded is like CNFG bind a trig location, and CNFG whatever is going to be the actual function call for it. The other nice thing about this is it would mean that it'll work the same in Android, Windows, and Linux, which I would love if we could get some commonality there. Is everything still working? Nobody said anything in chat in a while. Okay, so what we're going to have is now we have a list of things where we can turn these objects into anything we want. Actually, hold on, one more step is you got to put it inside of a container. Or do you? Oh, crud. That would have to be a separate header. Okay, so this could go one of two ways. Either we do need an extension loader or we don't need an extension loader. On systems like Android, we don't need an extension loader, so there's no reason to bring in that overhead. Oh, whoops. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about the chat. What did I miss? Holy cow. That is startling. Is the poll still up? gonna post it to Twitter, but I just realized that that would be awkward. Do you mind posting it to Discord, seeing if anybody else has opinions there? So if we do need the extension, then what we'll do is we'll actually, these will all get defined as like void GL enable vertex attrib array PTR. Or actually, we should probably prefix with CNFG. And then pound means glue these two things together. And then I'm going to pass in the arguments. And actually, I think there's a, yeah, it's var RVA args is the right way to do that. So if we don't need extensions, we don't need to load the extensions. Duh. But if we do, then it gets to be a little bit more confusing. So we'll do some weird stuff here. What it actually is CNFG that is now equal to oh, and actually what's even weirder is we do want to prefix. How do we do that? We want to get around having to redefine everything. I wish I could put a pound define inside of a pound define, but you can't. Let's just try that and see what happens if things explode or not. I know there's some pitfall of doing it this way. I can't remember what it is, so I'm going to just assume that there is no pitfall and see where I break my arm. So what is this error? Why is that not allowed? I've redefined it as avoid star. It should be allowed. You know what? Let's undo all of this for a moment. Including all those type defs. Actually, let me do this. I think I'm gonna switch the way that I define this around a little bit. Hey, Frida. Actually, I guess I should face. Oh, you're a good boy. Yeah, you're doing a weird purr thing right now. Let's go point that down there at you.
I have to get the weights.
Cat break. Actually, you know what? For the next 30 seconds, we will just do a complete cat break. Hey Miles. Yeah, Friday was the best name. Okay, back to work. Yeah, Man, I give you shampoo, and it's still shedding. Anyway, so what I did was I moved these things back over, and I think, oh, I didn't move it in yet. There it is. Until I decide for sure which way I'm going, I'm going to include both methods, but for right now... Okay, music is bumped back down. But then that means I have like this need to talk. I could have accomplished the same thing either way. Friday, don't grab that. Friday. Friday. Stop. So normally I have a whole system for doing this, but I really want to avoid having an extra header file. Stay off the table. This cat. What the heck? Friday, get off the table. We're not allowed on the table. You're not allowed on the table. How do you do a double define with this? Like, the way I normally do it is with a header file, and I only have to define everything once, and then it automatically generates all the code. But I don't really want to have another header file. Get off the table. Come on, stop. Friday? Come on. By the way, you can thank Microsoft with their whole old mentality of, like, embrace, dilute, or, like, I don't remember what it is, but the whole problem is that they basically got on the OpenGL board and then made it painful to do anything at all, which was very annoying. Okay, is this good yet? No, it's still not good. Oh, need DL sim. That comes from here. Embrace, extinguish, extend. No, I thought it was embrace, extend, extinguish. Why is that? What is this? The same problem this is exactly the same problem I ran into before. What the heck? What is wrong with that? L value required as left operand of assignment. That's exactly what this is. Like, that is that. What is going on here? Why is this not happy? Why? Seriously, what is wrong with this? We are fast approaching the point where I should have just left the pound define in. This is turning into absolute mush code. So there's this idea of Chesterton's fence, which is that there's this fence and a bunch of like newbies want to come in and destroy the fence. So Chesterton says, if you want to destroy the fence, you're gonna have to tell me why the fence was there in the first place, and then I might let you to destroy it. And I don't know, I might be running into a Chesterton's fence right now where I was like, why in the world do I do things this way? But meanwhile, there was a really good reason for it, and I just tore down the fence and I shouldn't have. But we'll see. So all of the functions that I'm deleting the CNFG off the front of are functions which aren't extensions. Although draw arrays isn't an extension? Guess not. In reality, we're going to be undoing most of this for most systems, so... Friday, stop messing with that. Oh, forget this. Make Rawdraw. Line 801. Oh, you know what? Did I forget to call? You know what? I forgot to make the read for that. And I forgot to make the read for that. Wait, no I didn't. Oh. Oh, well that's wrong. Although kind of neat that it's resolution fixed, but that's not how Rawdraw is supposed to work, so. It's a happy bug, but it's a bug I'm going to squash nonetheless. I think it's because I hard-coded the resolution. Crud, I have to store that. Why is that broken? Oh, I didn't use the new value. I don't think it's truncated. Oh, wait. No, that's the right behavior. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. Okay. So, now that works with extensions turned on. Let's see if extensions still work if I turn them off, or if everything works if I turn extensions back off. They don't. Oh my gosh. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the other way of doing things. Hey, Jeff. Okay, so that's still working. So this is with extensions turned off. And this is with extensions turned on. Okay, so that's good. That's good that they're the same. I wonder if I can make rawdraw.exe right now. Oh, we can't set line width on Windows as it stands, but let's go switch that over to let's also remove it, make sure everything still works for Windows, period. Oh, gigabyte. I'm not doing that. Okay, let's just see where we are now. Okay, let's test out the web stuff and then let's do a commit. Okay, so that's still working. It's bigger, but that's because we included the blitting functions, which we don't really need, but we can worry about optimizing that later. Start of refactor. Okay, I'm gonna get ready to try this out in Windows. Actually, I will be right back. Hold on just a minute. Okay. I don't know the IP address. And I've forgotten the password. Oh, this is not going well. Wait, did it work? Yes. Okay. Crud. It's like git pull origin 2020 refactor. Is it refactor 2020? Yes. Sorry, I just realized I can't actually see what anybody is saying if I have this up. Hold on. Windows is most definitely an engine from the 1930s. There is no nothing about that. Oh, actually, I just realized I messed up. I wasn't on the tip of master when I started committing junk. Shoot, now I have to rebase. Wait, I don't want that. What did I do locally here? Did I break everything? No, it looks like it might be fine. Okay, let's just try it. Oh, that is wrong. That is really wrong. What is going on there? What is going on there? Let's just see how badly it blows up when we try to build the whole thing. Okay, so it still doesn't have those two functions. That's fair. Why is the legacy so busted? I wonder if it's the colors. Okay, I don't know why. Legacy Windows is weird like that. It's working, though. Okay, so now time to make this not Legacy. So what we actually want to do is we want to move the stuff from CNFG X driver into a common location. Conveniently, we have that common location. It's called the bottom of this file. Error, comma, expected star. So let's make sure. We think we're supposed to use the extensions. Oh, you know what? Def. Comma expected dot star. Isn't that how you do a function pointer? Why is that not working? GL char is undefined. Okay. Let's see what the file header for gl.h is. See if we can find a copy of gl.h so we can know if we're in there or not. So it looks like the header definition is that. Crud. It didn't copy. Underscore underscore gl underscore h underscore. That's a lot of underscores. So gl.h is already included. Why is gl char... That feels really dirty and risky. I hope it doesn't bite me in the butt. Yes, Connor M., you are correct. You need the extra parentheses in order to make sure that there's no confusion. Otherwise, it becomes ambiguous where the star is. Like, what does the star mean? I don't know. And the compiler asks the same question and gets mad at you. Oh. Bummer. Okay, so that didn't work. Oh, let's see why that didn't work. Unfortunately, on this setup, I don't have any debugger. So, this is going to be a little bit painful. Let's just see if these things are getting populated. Well, we're not getting that far, so we're dying before then. I'm gonna go with that didn't work. Let's make sure this is getting compiled. Okay, it is getting compiled. Ooh. That should have at least gotten called. Oh. The Windows driver doesn't call that function. That's the problem. That's odd. That should have been defined in the header file. It's not. Crud. Oh, we're getting closer. Sort of. At least it's not crashing. Right? Right, guys? There's not really that much difference in Windows here. Like, Windows doesn't have any of the weird extra, like, X-shaped stuff X11 does. Let's see if the shader's at least compiled. They did compile. Okay, that's good. Let's see here. Flush render, is that getting called? Okay, that looks like that's getting called with some pretty good values. Ooh, let's see if internal resize is getting called. Hey! That's extremely wrong. That is a whole new world of wrongness. I've never seen something get that wrong. Okay, I have before, but... Wow. Well, you know what? I think the Windows thing needs to call flush render before swap. You know what? I should find... Oh, yeah, that's... I don't want that. I don't want batch at all. Or do I guess it would be okay, because this is batching for Windows GDI stuff. Yeah. Let's start documenting some things. Mayslayer would absolutely adore it, I'm sure. So now we're going to call flush, and this should just work. Did not work. Why is this not working? Ah, that would be why it's not using this code. Heck yeah! Okay, it is running on Windows now. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. That was my parents calling. I'll have to... you know what? Hey, I'm actually on stream now. Is it something important? About an hour and a half from now is when I should be done. Bye. How is it not Mayslayer? How do you pronounce your name? It's totally Mayslayer. That's just what it is. Okay, so let's just at least test this. Okay, so let's at least see if that works. So we should have all three modes on Windows. So we should be able to disable the batching if we want for some stupid reason. Use to... So let's see if that still works. Let's try Rawdraw. We're not going to do OGL, but we are going to say disable the batch. Okay, so that's still working. It's only getting 43 frames per second. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's awful. So nobody will ever want to do that, but it's supported. CNFG OGL on and off. Oh, and we want to test CNFG rasterizer. This is probably going to break, but let's at least see. That's broken in an interesting way. What would possibly cause this? Macillar? Is it Macillar? Macillar? Macillar. Macillar? Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Mayslayer. Macillar. I guess I can try. Macillar. Okay, anyway, gotta figure out why the rasterizer is broken now. Why is the rasterizer broken? That can't be right. Apparently that was it. Okay, so now the rasterizer works on Windows. That's good. Albeit a little heinous, but it's working. Okay, now I think it's time for us to switch the colors around. How did that poll go? Do you still have the link to the poll? Can you resend me the link? Hey, I love Scotch. So this will run on literally, okay, not literally anything, but almost anything. So Rawdraw runs Windows, Linux, Android, ran on OS X for a long time. I don't think anybody's been maintaining that. ESP8266, Swag, you name it. Rawdraw runs everywhere. And that's kind of its shtick. Okay, let's see. Let's open this poll. Holy cow, 0xRRGGBBAA. Okay, this is new. A whole new world. Some platforms also support alpha blending, so be sure to set alpha to FF. Windows update, are you drunk? Sure. I really don't like this, guys, but I do want to do what most people want this time round. This is going to look awful because, yeah. That is before Windows is now aware of how to use the color correctly. So for this one, we're going to do... Oh, actually it'll just be... Okay, so rasterizer is now not quite right. The background should be red and it's not. So the previous format was convenient because it was always stored as LSB first in memory, RGB A. And that's because A was the least significant bit. And on most systems, which are small endian, it stores it as A is the most significant and B is, or R is the least significant. So in memory it would be RGBA, RGBA, RGBA without any conversion at all. But this kind of flips that around. One thing you can't see is that actually the Windows system I'm on here is a Windows 10 Home Insider preview. So I get updates whenever I turn it on, every time I turn it on, which is also one of the reasons why it takes a while to warm up. Let's see, where are the lines getting drawn? Here it is. Oh yeah, so it's not times 8 anymore. That would be up 24. Yeah, look at that. Now it's a nice red. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so rasterizer is good. Now we're going to switch back to the Windows one not rasterized. So this is the straight Windows implementation, which is now broken. CNFG WinDriver. Color. And so what we're actually going to do is we're going to flip this around in here. So that's the green value. So in Windows land, the green value appears down one more. And then the B value appears up one. I think that's what we want. No. Why is that not what we want? Oh, the background needs to also get that. Okay. Okay, maybe that'll work. Oh yeah, okay, so now this is the raw Windows driver and that's working, right? So next we're going to support the OpenGL implementation. Oh, actually first we need to make sure Windows Disable Batch still works. Okay, it does. Now we're going to support the OpenGL driver, which is going to look awful right now until we fix it. Although we can actually fix it in a creative way. We don't have to do any extra work. Oh, actually, let me check one more thing. Let me make sure resizing. Yeah, okay, it still works. Okay, so the background is correct now. And what we're actually going to do to play a little trick is we are going to do the swizzle in the shader. So instead of it being XYZW, it would be ARGB. That didn't work. Is it this? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, I think that the Windows driver is functional now. Yeah. That makes me pretty happy. Okay. Update Windows driver to be using new color scheme and render method for OGL enabled rendering. Crud. Okay, I'm gonna close that and we'll go back to the Linux side of things, and then we will hopefully get Android working. Okay. I like how you describe it. This is definitely a graphics library for everything. And the browser is definitely in that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have the stuff committed now. So if I do git pull. Cool. Let's see if everything's broken again. Yeah, stuff is pretty broken. Definitely don't want to define CNFG OGL here. Oh, okay, so that worked. Now let's try Legacy X. That should break. Ooh, let's see if Rasterizer works in X right now. No, Rasterizer does not work in X. Why does Rasterizer not work in X? That should be fine. Well, let's do neither. Oh, maybe X doesn't know how to use the rasterizer. let's see. Well, anyway, okay, so now that's running in X, and that's correct. Now I do want to support rasterizer in X11. Okay, so we want to support a rasterizer. Wait, that was a rasterizer. Oh, or not. My mind was just playing tricks on me. You can tell if it's a rasterizer or not by some of the pixels. And I've seen quite a few pixels in my day, I guess. So how would we do rasterizer on X11? Why doesn't the rasterizer just work on X11? It should just work. Yeah, it's calling the wrong function. So why is it calling this function if rasterizer is on? So we get here, CNFG OGL shouldn't be defined. Oh, why is CNFG OGL defined? Okay, that seemed to work. Okay, so I guess rasterizer now works. This is starting to work out here. So let's update the README with not README. And Linux X and X11 Linux with any of those configurations. Note, sometimes you can also use CNFG OGL plus CNFG rasterizer, which we probably should have tested on Windows, but I don't really want to support that everywhere. That seems bizarre that you would want to software render your application to a texture and then use OpenGL to upload it. I guess that would make sense for something like OpenVR. Actually, that would make a lot of sense for something like OpenVR, where like you would want your Rawdraw app to render to a quad, and then you could use OpenVR or something to like move that quad into virtual space. Actually, that's really useful. Yeah, maybe I should support that. Yeah, I think I should support that. Let's see what happens if we try that. Does that explode? It does explode. Okay, that's actually reasonable though. We can get around that fairly easily. Let's see here. I want to look up. In here, if and def rasterizer, then we can do set pixel, tack segment, tack rectangle, tack poly, color, set line width, but otherwise we're using the rasterizer. And clear frame's got to be in that list. Swap buffers is going to be weird. Oh, this is going to be really weird. Oh, CFG's functions 690? Ooh, that's rough, because I want to hook that. Hmm. That is janky. Yeah, I'm using Mint. Why is this not... No? What is going on? Tell you what, let's just get rid of this code and see what happens. Okay, so this is with the rasterizer, and the other system is the back end. Let's just try the regular OpenGL backend. Okay, that works. Let's try the regular rasterizer. Okay, now let's try with everything off. I have no idea why that function existed. I have no idea. Well, it looks like it's all working now. Let's try WASM now. Ooh, that exploded. Oh, yeah. If and def WASM. Hooray! That worked. Okay, so now WASM also supports multiple render modes. I don't know why you would ever use them, but... Hooray! Now it's using a rasterizer in C in the web browser, which, by the way, we can look at, and it's slower. If we record, stop. Also, I think my entire system is getting slow for some reason, so this might be a bad test. But this is about 3 milliseconds per frame, versus if we don't use the rasterizer, but instead use the system that we've been working on this whole time, you will see that it is significantly faster. So if I do that, make clean all, we refresh, clear, record, stop. This should be around 0.8 milliseconds. Oh no, something's still slow. Point is, it's still faster to use OpenGL to do the back-end rendering than it is to use like internal junk. So that makes me feel good. Next up is Android. So let's get Android going. Oh yeah. I'm confident in a more complex scene it would be much more advantageous to use the raw OpenGL rendering in the web. Ooh, actually, let's add some more stuff to the README. Or header. WASM driver supports both and without. Okay, so that works there. Let's test Android. I thought it was Rawdraw Android. Whatever, I'll just go through the example. Okay. Let's see how badly this thing explodes. Oh, this is going to be a total nightmare. Oh man. Also, I need to upgrade my Android. So this is going to be where the rubber hits the road, because I have this entire system already in Android to do all of this stuff, but I don't want it. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to have to delete a lot of code now. Although I guess it's probably a good thing to delete a lot of code, right? Huh. Let's see, is the SDK manager installed, or is this going to be painful? Android. I don't know how to fix this. There's a lot of words. Why is Java? I don't know how to update. Let's follow instructions and hope for the best. Oh, I don't want to download all of this. Well, let's put this in the old SDK folder. Just do a fresh install. So Red Smith, the nice thing about a lot of this is that Rawdraw at least does away with a lot of that platform-specific concern. So when you use Rawdraw, you really don't have to worry about what platform you're on at all. But you can compile your code then for everything from a website to a microcontroller. If it has X11, it should just work 100% on Darwin. I've obviously downloaded the wrong thing. Hey! Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Wow, that takes a while to install Android, I guess, the Android SDK. So, how you guys doing out there? Yeah, haven't seen any more big spikes in a while. It's like the weather. I believe it is in the README. I just didn't bother reading the README. I just skimmed it a little bit too quick. Well, Alex, you are in good company because I hate Python. As far as I'm concerned, the more places Python is, the harder it is to onboard just about anyone. Yeah, this is really taken a while, I guess. Yeah, so why is this not a few megabytes? Yeah, I don't even know how long this has been. It's been a while. I've lost a bunch of a bunch of viewers. Because, man, it's just boring. Oh my gosh, just finish up. No, they're pretty good about getting rid of it. I think it's just Java. Okay. Hey, okay, great. Now we have to actually go fix stuff. So all of these functions should already be provided. Or defined Hello, some new folks here. Flush renderer. Call this before swapping. But it's right there. It's right there. It is right there. It's right there. Why is that not getting triggered? If you get good enough at C, Dias, then Python isn't really as useful. Just throwing that out there. C's pretty sweet. It's the only hammer you need. And it's also a screwdriver. Well, it's a hammer, but you can use it like a screwdriver. And it's a hammer, but you can also use it like a torque wrench, just with eating something with it. Flush render is invalid. Why is this not defined? I'm a moron. I was editing the file in the old folder. I was not editing the copy of cnfg.h where all of this was. I feel really dumb about right now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now at least I have a reasonable error. You guys are supposed to be here to stop me from having to spend an hour to figure something out. Oh my gosh, there's so much code we can get rid of. This is glorious. I don't know if that's going to cause problems later, but I'm willing to press the I believe button. Oh no, it's still wrong. How does that disagree? I'm a moron. I just edited the file in the wrong place again. Okay. Oh, neat. I know how to fix that bug real fast. Oh, RGB. Okay, time to test on Android. If we can find a USB-C cable. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. What the heck bug is this? Android. What the heck, Android? What does this bug even mean? Is this the wrong version of Android? Man, it looks brand new. About phone. Android version 11? What is Android version 11? R plus? Oh? What is the... Oh, good grief, I don't remember. Android... versions? Which one of these gives me the letter? Yeah, I know I'm on level 30, but... Oh my gosh, none of this stuff makes any sense. What the heck is Android R+? This is infuriating. Oh, I hate Android. Don't you hate Android, Friday? Don't you hate Android? Why? Why is this? Oh my gosh. Yes, Friday. Yeah, you're here to make me feel better, right? Aren't you? It says it's doing the zip align step, so it should work. Also, why do you like licking faces, Friday? But I don't want to use APK signer that way. Why is this so painful? Where the heck is Zip-A-Line anyway? Why do I feel like an old crotchety man now? I'm just... Everything new is awful. I hate new things. Why does... Just keep it the same? Sheesh. I feel like this is that meme of like a headache or like a migraine, a headache, and whatever, and then like Android, and it's just the entire head is just on fire. This is, I mean, I don't know. Let me just use -Z. Maybe if I tell it to do extra junk, it'll just do the right thing. No, I don't want you to compress that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so apparently using -Z breaks everything. Stop doing the dumb thing! Why are you doing the dumb thing? It already has key align 4, -V4. Unless, do you add that somewhere else? Like, what? How do I tell it? Oh yeah, just that one file, I don't want you to align it. See, oh, that's -V. Oh yeah, you know, it's align, it's number of bytes to align, 4, yeah. The problem is that it's compressed the file it's not allowed to compress. Like, I don't even know why Andrew is picky. I don't mind that. What I do mind is when their own tools don't work with their own system. I mean, let's just at least test it. We should be able to disable any compression and see what happens. Are you kidding me? No signature found in package. Need new Why do I need a signature for... What was wrong with them to be 4? Hello? No, I'm still on the stream. I'm sorry. I don't know. I need... if I can't get this working... now there's like 50 people, 60 people watching. I'm going to say if I can't get this working in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to just give up. And then I'll call you back, Mom. Bye. No signature found in package. Yeah, I'm aware. Also, now I'm kind of curious if I do that. Does that work? Oh, that's a good point. I am signing with APK Signer. Jar Signer, rather. Jar Signer... version 2? Do I not have a copy of APK Signer with this? Okay, how do we use APK Signer? Friday, don't scratch that. Hey, Friday. Stop it. I have no idea how to make this JKS file. Hey, maybe it's just the key store file. Let's try it. I don't have a password on that file. Oh, I'll bet you there is a key on that key store file. Store pass, got it. At least one signer must be specified. Is the sign via intentional? What do you mean sign via? I don't understand what you're asking. Can you... Yeah, I get it, but you're going to have to say more words. I don't understand anywhere close to what you're saying there. Oh. I see, thanks. The word via. Failed to load signer number 1. This is a different issue. Well, I don't think we're gonna get this today. I think I'm gonna have to cut it short. But I would say we've refactored most of Rawdraw. I still have to get it working on Android. Other than that, I don't know. I think things are going okay with that. I think there's a little bit more cleanup to be done with Rawdraw and definitely some makefile work to be done. But other than that, I think we're in a pretty good shape. Thank you everybody for coming out. Definitely have to fix Rawdraw Android at some point. It's a lot of fun, and I had a blast. I hope that I hope that we can do this again, maybe with something else. I know that there's been some discussion, and Z Nocturne was talking about doing an embedded libc for the web stuff. That might be interesting to kind of explore and deep dive if what he comes up with isn't kind of what I'm after. Maybe as a live stream. Yeah, join me on the Discord. The Discord link is available if you go to Snover, CNOVR. If you just Google CNOVR GitHub, the Discord link is there if you want to join in and continue the conversation. We'll be doing a bunch of stuff there with regards to getting this more kind of shaped up and ready to deliver. By deliver, I mean like pre 1.0. I'm really hoping to make a full 1.0 release of Rawdraw at some point. Thanks everybody for coming out. That was what the phone call with my mom was about a few minutes ago. I'm going to be doing Thanksgiving shortly. So yeah, thank you everybody for coming out. Have a great evening, and thanks for tuning in.